Where's my fucking actions? There we go. It's the frames. Which one's ready to submit? It's 2 apparently. That's a bug then. The dashboard has 2 reports that are showing as ready to submit. I think it also needs the fix applied that we did to the port list view to show. So this is for when on the map screen it shows like all the reports. I'm pretty sure it's going to load like fucking everything. So if we look at the network and then refresh. Confirmed map goes and gets like all the results. But this is literally like all the results. Whereas I just want it to get the results within the window that you're looking at. If you expand it, it should get a new set. That will just limit the amount of shit you're pulling from the database. Right, it says it's fixed it. Let's have a look. Still showing us to I haven't deployed it. So backend change, so it needs a API build. How does the browser in VS Code not support YouTube? And yet it will support chat. It's funny. Right. Did that rebuild fix the issue? It did. Nice. All my tests passed, and I'm about to make them run again because it needs to have this fucking change. I don't really think this is a bug, really. It's probably an improvement more than anything, so hopefully that's a new pull request. So yeah, let's see if this passes now. It's good the last one passed anyway. I like getting a couple of green ticks on my ERs. So this is a bug, backend, dashboard, front end. Doesn't affect the AIs, doesn't affect CICD. Oh, actually, what I fucking changed. Yeah. I'm going to change the PNPN setup, but no. Yeah, it just changes some names and stuff, doesn't actually break anything. Yeah, that's all fine. So throw out, it's not any of that shit. So this. I got any. It fixes that one for sure. Which is what I added there. I think I raised an issue for it. Yeah, I didn't add one. Just created the PR. Fair. no. Wrong way. That was unnecessarily loud. Wow. Oh, that's cool. Just hue shift it and you get Rainbow Road. Mm. You can't even fucking see it. The Swarm Twitch had like a dark mode on that thing. There we go. See how much this is gonna set me back. Ow. Oh, the spot prices aren't fucking calculated. How many pods will I need per day? Just say 1. Average duration. SQS. Definitely want that. How many million per month? 1. First in, first out, I don't give 2 shits about. Fair keys. Maybe I need those. Data transfer is going to be nothing, basically. Even 1 terabit is like fucking unrealistic. Outbound, there won't be any. Why is that? Oh, 12-month cost, $5. Just have an SNS key. I still can't see it being more than a gig. It's like tiny little packets that go out to that. So. Maybe $1 million a week, it's more like. How did that go up? Oh, because I made it a gigabyte per month. Oh, hang on, yeah. So 1 million per month request. So I need to do like. It's going to be fuck all. This is what I want, 1 gig. It doesn't even matter. So $1 a year to have a queue. Don't want to do that. We want S3. Say intelligent tiering. do one zone as well. It's only going to need one AZ, it's fine. How much storage per month? It could be 2 gig an upload if they're incredibly zesty, so 2 gig a month. So if they do one upload, it's 2 cents. That's 1,000 uploads. I can't see that happening. Maybe 50. Sounds. How much data will be moved to S3 one zone? All of it. Monthly requests, God knows. $500. Well, no, it'll be worst case. It'll be like half that. A shitload more gets. Current usage is 1 gig, 2 gig, 3 gig. So like, yeah, 5 gig max. So if they have one pod a day, let's say five, 10 pods a day. Each person uses it for 5 minutes. One CPU. 2 gigs fucking plenty. I need 3 of those because I've got fuck off. Duplicate, duplicate. This will be my celery. This will run once a day for like fucking 1 minute. It's about £15 a month to run the site. That's fuck all. If I slap those on spot instances as well, it'd be dirt cheap. Don't need the Tor one now. Oh, a database. Need a database. That's that covered, that covered. That covered. Want one instance. It's currently using 1.2 gigs, so it definitely doesn't need that much. I need that. Gigabytes, it's using 1 gig at the moment. Fuck me, that database had it a lot. Can't be right. Oh, do you plan to run extended support? Absolutely fucking not. Why is it still extortion? Running MySQL or Postgres. So it's just the utilization I had on there. Just have to stop the instance, get the cost benefit. a single AZ. Volumes below 400. I don't get why it's still got an upfront cost when I've removed the thing that had an upfront cost. Right, it's done my thing anyway. So it's saying confirm the report map view now accepts min lat, max lat, min long, max long. When all four are present, it adds filtered by serializing no bounds. into soap making. Fuck's it, after all that, it doesn't even let me save it. Bastard! What's that doing behind the scenes when it does its thing? It's fucking hammering the confirm map now. Yeah. Yeah, good enough. I like that.
Where's all my homies at? Oh, it failed unit tests. Oh yeah, because we changed the get bounds function, so it's gonna fail. It's only those two that failed too. Easy peasy. Update the unit tests, you plonker.
Hi, I'm Jack Resider, host of the show. Back in 2018, an interesting cyber attack took place.
It's kind of a funny thing. I mean, it basically came onto my radar the second month I was working at Sophos.
Oh, I should introduce you to Andrew.
Yeah, so I'm Andrew Brandt, and throughout the time that the research was going on for this story, I was a principal researcher for Sophos, but I am now a principal threat researcher for a company called Netcraft.
So one of the things Sophos wanted Andrew to do was research novel threats and write about them on their newly established Sophos blog.
The team that I was on eventually didn't exist. I was the only person on it. And one of the analysts reached out to me through the company chat and said, hey, I've got a great story for some really cool research. I'd like to write it up and have you publish it on the blog and do some edits on it. I said, great. Tell me more. And he told me the story, but the one thing he didn't tell, or what he said he couldn't tell me, was who the target was.
So he's like, okay, fine, send me what you got, let me research it, and I'll write about it.
It started with a TV set. So there was a sales office, and they had a bullpen, like you have a lot of, in a lot of sales offices where people are on the phone, trying to sell the product. And so they had like this leaderboard that was on a computer screen that was running off a little Linux computer. And that was the first machine that got infected. And the threat actors managed to pivot from that, Intel NUC, which is like a tiny little computer that's small enough it can mount on the back of a TV monitor that's hanging on the wall, that they were able to pivot from the NUC and find access to the repository where the source code was, and then get into that. And then to do the cloud snooper attack on that cloud service where the source code was. It's just mind-boggling to me, like the amount of effort involved in pivoting from this to this to this to get into this, and then to build this like backdoor that allows them access. It's amazing to me.
Oof, the attackers got access to the source code. But why? Was this an insider trying to seek revenge? Were they stealing it in hopes to sell it to someone? Did they steal it so that they could copy the product and steal their intellectual property? At the time, nobody knew what their motive was. These are true stories from the dark side of the internet. I'm Jack Rhysider. This is Darknet Diaries. So hackers broke into a company and copied the source code for that product.
So we managed InfoSec there for a while, and candidly too, it was the type of network that was, in the process of being brought over to a kind of set standard.
This is Craig. He helped clean up the intrusion.
So my name is Craig Jones. I'm the Chief Security Officer of Ontinu, but several years ago, I was actually the Senior Director of Information Security inside Sophos. I mean, if you don't know Sophos, we're a UK-based cybersecurity provider that has everything from kind of EDR, MDR, through into firewall products. And at the time, they had 3 different firewall products, one being CyberRoam, the other one being a German-based firewall provider, and the new Sophos firewall product. So essentially, they were collapsing 2 products into one, and the new one being Sophos firewall.
Yeah, Sophos' main product is their firewall. This is a network device that will act as a wall between a protected network and an unprotected one. Out of the box, nothing is allowed to pass. You have to tell it exactly what you want to allow through, because the point of a firewall is to stop unwanted traffic from coming into your network. And believe me, there's a lot of unwanted traffic that's always trying to get into our networks. And in 2014, they bought another company called CyberRoam, which was also making an interesting security product.
That product, we were flattening that product to make it into something else. Like CyberRoam was very much purchased to be the development house for the new Sophos firewall product. There's some super hot developers there.
And it was this newly acquired CyberRoam network, which was the victim of this attack. Someone had gotten into CyberRoam and was looking for their source code and found it for one of their products, which Craig and his team had to go clean up that intrusion.
There's some really cool stuff that those actors did. There were several points when I sat down and thought, damn, these guys really know what they're doing. I think for me, there was one where they'd actually attempted to intrude the network in several different ways. Mostly at the same time. And what was really interesting about it is we could tell that there were 2 or 3 actors working together in different consoles. And one of the things they did, which was kind of funny actually, was that they'd gotten hold of a secure shell key. And one had obviously copied it, and another person was trying to type in the password for it. And we could tell in the logs that they were mistyping the password, And, the person who'd obviously taken the key had obviously tried to relay it onto another person, and they were mistyping this thing. And it was kind of crazy. You immediately knew then that this wasn't just like a dude. This was a serious operation.
The attackers had really unique methods for getting in, not methods that were publicly known at the time. Super sneaky and crafty ways to get into a network. And they got in through multiple ways. And then when they got in, they were able to move laterally in really unique ways too. So unique that the Sophos team had no idea that stuff was even possible. It was like exploiting bugs in the way AWS handles identity. One problem, though, is that they didn't have enough monitoring at first to know exactly what these hackers saw or took. They assumed because they got access to the repository with the source code that they took the source code, but they were unsure. So they had to enable a lot more logging and monitoring to fully eradicate them from the CyberRoam network. Andrew wrote this attack up because it was so interesting and new and published it on the Sophos blog, but didn't say who the target was.
Yeah. So, flash forward.
2 years go by. It's now 2020.
We now have the team up and running. I've got a couple of people working with me. We're publishing a few blogs a week. And I find out from internal people within the company that there's a security incident. And the security incident started with a tech support call where someone sent an email to their support technician and said, hey, my firewall is showing this URL in the user interface, and I didn't put it there, and I don't know why it's there.
It sounds like a minor problem at the surface. This firewall had a configuration which showed what IPs are allowed to access it and manage it and configure it. And a strange URL was showing up in that list of IPs. It didn't make any sense as to why it was there or why anyone would ever even put it there.
So Sophos has a firewall called the XG firewall. At this point, it was just called the XG firewall. And the firewall has its own operating system. It's running a version of Linux in it. It has a UI that's running on the front of it so that you can manage it.
At the same time, someone outside of Sophos submitted a bug into Sophos for the same issue.
I think it was April 21st. We actually had an external bug bounty report as a SQLi injection. And what's kind of weird about it was, I remember the user actually claiming to be from Australia, but they had a Chinese name, Now, at the time, we didn't have amazing telemetry from any of the Sophos firewalls. We had kind of base telemetry, which gave you it was really designed for product managers to understand what features that, users were using. So they understood where to put their kind of limited resource time into, right? So we had that, and we had a really good idea of where all of the serial numbers for these devices sat and their IP addresses associated to it. So it's always kind of interesting to correlate the IP with the intended location of the researcher. So we got a researcher's devices, one that had never been turned on before, which was pretty suspicious. It had never been registered. It was a serial number that just come from a web trial of a VM. And we found the IP actually related back to Changdao in China.
Okay, odd. Someone from China with a trial license of the Sophos firewall found this bug and reported it to Sophos? And Sophos did, in fact, pay the bug bounty for this.
It was about $10,000, I think.
Someone got paid a pretty penny for reporting this bug to Sophos at almost the exact same time that they were seeing it being exploited by devices in the wild. Strange timing.
We called it Asnarok.
So the team investigated this bug further. It was present in the front-end web user interface of the firewall. To configure this firewall, you can use a browser and access it that way. Well, the web UI of this firewall had a SQL injection vulnerability in it. Basically, in one of the form fields of the firewall, like maybe the username field or something, an attacker could enter in some commands there, which would glitch out the user input handling mechanism of the firewall and allow the attacker to inject their own commands into the database of the firewall where the configuration sat. And this was a really bad bug for Sophos to discover. Their devices are supposed to be blocking hackers from getting into the network, yet it's the vulnerable device which is allowing hackers into it? This is not good at all.
And they found that essentially every firewall that was facing the public internet was affected by this bug.
These firewalls weren't just vulnerable. They all had been hacked into, exploited. Someone probably scanned the whole internet looking for these particular Sophos firewalls and then ran some kind of automation script to go infect them all.
We kind of worked out that there were a huge amount of devices affected. I think in the end FBI report that came out about this, I think they mentioned 80,000. I'd hazard a guess it was probably more,
Hot dog, 80,000 Sophos firewalls hacked into. But just because someone put a URL in place where it shouldn't be, that's not all that damaging just by itself. So the team investigated what that URL did, and that's when they started to panic. The URL would trigger a GET request in order to update the Sophos firewall itself.
But what was really weird about it is that it was a wget to a domain called sophosfirewallupdate.com.
And Sophos didn't own that domain. So it tried to blend in like it was supposed to be there, and it fooled many of the people even at Sophos who just figured the update domains changed. But my goodness, this meant suddenly 80,000 firewalls were looking somewhere else for updates and not to Sophos?
And it's kind of strange because we actually monitor all domain registrations. It's kind of part of our kind of core security, like ops
Not very
function.
fucking well, you
So
don't.
every single like cert that was registered, every domain that was registered, we kind of pop up, and anything infringed on Sophos IP, we attempt to pull back. And it was one that had popped up like a little while ago, but nothing had kind of come of it. But actually seeing this thing in operation was quite jarring.
And I don't know if you fully understand what this means. If a malicious actor is able to send your firewall software
a
updates,
domain with Sophos,
then they can put in whatever they want. They can give themselves full access to the firewall, or they can log all traffic going through it. They can poke a hole in the firewall and let themselves right into your network. And then from there, they can just infect your whole network with ransomware. The thing that is supposed to block unwanted traffic is no longer blocking anything if the attacker wants it that way. Not only that, Sophos is worried that they have lost capability to update any of their firewalls properly.
So effectively, what they could do, I mean, the truth is anything, but what they really were after was system configuration and passwords. Now, I've always suspected that this was something that they expected to run quietly, for them to kind of pull that configuration, the passwords quietly, and then for them to kind of delete any presence they ever had on those firewalls. And then for them to have a really easy and simple access campaign.
Sheesh, so the attackers took copies of the configurations from the firewalls and then passwords from it? This was a pretty darn scary event for the Sophos team to handle.
So it was very much like an incredibly tense situation where we first up had to get a hold of one of these devices. We set multiple teams up to work out what happened. And to really do some in-depth incident response on this. We're incredibly lucky, we had the entire arm of like Sophos Labs to help us kind of reverse engineer this stuff.
Okay, step 1, fix the bug that made these things vulnerable. And step 2 is get the bug fix on as many firewalls as soon as possible. They were able to complete step 1 pretty quick, but step 2 was a little bit more tricky. If you buy a firewall, whether for your home or a large enterprise, typically you've got to update it yourself, just like how you have to do your own software updates on your phone or computer. And Sophos firewalls are no different. The customers are the ones who have to issue updates for this thing. But to Sophos, this was too critical of a bug to try to tell 80,000 customers, go update your firewalls. Because I'm just guessing that like less than 50% of them would do it in the first month. There's just not enough time, or it's not a high enough priority for them to fix it. So Sophos decided to do something they've never done before.
They pushed out a hotfix to these firewalls. A hotfix is like a little software patch that can run in real time, and they can live update all the firewalls remotely with these hotfixes. It doesn't require the firewall to reboot to be enabled. And they felt like they had analyzed the attack and figured out exactly how the threat actors were, leveraging their access. And they closed those loopholes with the hotfix.
This was the first time Sophos ever issued a hotfix to one of their customers' devices.
Now, they had built the facility to do hotfixes, and they had not really used them before this. So there had been no real reason to do it. But I think they had built in the capability to do these hotfixes, anticipating that there might be an opportunity to use it if there was something that was a real problem. And it was fortunate that they had rolled this out in the previous firmware update that, just before this attack had taken place.
Yeah, I think this is a really big deal. Like, it makes me wonder if there's language in the small print of the terms of service that says Sophos reserves the right to make configuration changes to your firewall or update it whenever they want.
I think that's what's important as well. Is like, this isn't something that's just kind of done. And it's not something that's done willy-nilly,
Imagine if they fucked something up.
And you're right. I mean, it does feel kind of offensive. Someone coming in and tampering with my stuff,
wrong.
But effectively, it's written into the EULA, like the end user license agreement. And candidly, you kind of need this. And I think that's where a lot of firewall providers actually fail, is the fact that they rely on end users to patch everything. And candidly, so many firewalls are just bought and they never updated,
Gosh, I really don't know where I stand on this. I was a
That's
firewall
on the
admin
users. So if
for
they
my
never
previous
update it,
employer
then
for
they
10
deserve to get
years.
fucking
Those
popped.
Cisco firewalls were my babies. I knew everything about them and would review every single change that ever took place on them. And I don't think I would like it if Cisco just decided to patch them one day without my consent.
Yeah.
Like some were in hospitals that were mission critical and some hadn't been patched for years because they were so finicky and any change to them would just make them wig out and crash. And when I had to update them, I wouldn't do them all at once in one big swoop. I'd do them one at a time and hold their hand and make sure that nothing broke after the upgrade and everything came back up as expected. So if a security vendor just slapped a hotfix on all my firewalls that I was in charge of, I would freak out. What? We did not get approval for this change. We aren't in a maintenance window. We don't even know what changes you made to the firewall or what's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
How can you just come into our devices and make changes without us knowing? I would be upset. Like, I wondered, did the
It's also
Sophos team get
illegal.
approval from their lawyers before issuing a hotfix to their customers like this? Is this even legal?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I was not privy to those discussions, but there were, I'm sure there were discussions like that about, what is our legal liability? What are we allowed to do and not do remotely on these devices? I believe ultimately the decision was made, and I'm not sure if there were lawyers consulted on this or not, but it made a lot of sense that the harm of allowing the firewalls to basically try to ransomware the inside of networks was probably greater than the risk of somebody complaining that, you made a change to my firewall without telling me first. So they just went ahead and did it.
Yeah, I mean, I think not only
Still
that,
not on
but
them,
it's
is
like
it?
this idea that the vendor can come in and change my device in any way. It's not just like crash logs that are being sent to it. It's, wow, what else can you do? If you could put a hotfix in, can you see the password? Can you see the connections? Can you come in and do other work? Can you update to different firmware that has malware on it or something?
And the bad
Like,
actors
could you
use
do
that
things
fucking
that,
ability
you
as
know,
well.
and you start, your mind starts going like, could you do things that the NSA wants you to do and go and spy on this customer or something like that, right? And so when you're a firewall admin, you're like, no, I have to make sure that this is no other person in the planet can access this but me and other people on my team, because you can't risk a backdoor. It's basically a backdoor that you had.
Yeah, that's entirely accurate, and you're not wrong. And these are devices that are typically placed in a position in the network where they act as the barrier between the outside and the inside worlds of the networks. And I recognize that is a risk. However, and it is also worth noting that this is exactly what the bad guys were doing at this moment. They were installing malware inside the firewall. So how do you fix that?
You get an incident response team.
I could just imagine the headlines at this point. And just, I don't, my question is, did any bad news come out to be like, Sophos found vulnerable, tens of thousands of customers impacted, huge vulnerability, hacker has complete control over their firewalls, patch immediately. Like, that could make the stock tumble, that could, really hurt business.
Yeah, I mean, it could. And that was one of the reasons that I was brought in basically on day zero of this happening. The company realized that they had a potential public relations nightmare on their hands, and they needed to communicate as openly and as forthrightly as possible everything that they knew and everything that they were doing to fix it. And credit goes to the people in leadership at the company who decided that possibly against the conventional wisdom at the time, that they were going to go public with everything we knew about this attack. It was not a common thing at that time, but as I said, I've worked for a long time doing this kind of role where I do investigations and then publish about them to the public to warn people about bad things that are happening on the internet. And it's been my experience that the more information that you get out, the better protected people are. And that being radically transparent benefits everyone. It helps the customers who are affected. It also warns the public that, like, hey, this is something that you need to be aware of in the future. And it might also put the threat actors on notice that, hey, we're watching you and we're taking action to stop you.
As the Sophos team investigated this more, they learned that whoever did this attack had to have really in-depth knowledge of Sophos firewalls. Like, there's no way they should have discovered this bug unless they had access to the source code, which wasn't publicly available. And that's when the pieces started clicking into place. The part of this firewall that was vulnerable was code from the CyberRoam firewall that was moved over to the Sophos firewall. And 2 years before this, as you know, there was an attack on CyberRoam. And what server did the attackers get access to? The one with the source code for their firewall. So they started to think, holy crap, this is a very serious threat actor who's been attacking us for years. They spent tons of effort getting into CyberRoam's network to steal the source code, only to study it for bugs and then launch a massive attack on our Sophos firewalls? Whoa. What do you even do with this information? To think your products are the target for a major cybersecurity campaign like this?
How did they get the source code and
This
then
is
not
starting to smell
review
like
it
a
when they
nation-state
bought the
actor is
company?
behind this. Who else has
Like,
that
what
much
the
time and
fuck?
resources? And what the heck was the deal with someone from China submitting this bug the exact same time that Sophos discovered this? Very strange.
One of the things that we've been kind of working on, but even before this situation, was, pulling in our telemetry or firewall telemetry, the kind of basic telemetry I was talking about earlier, into Splunk. And I remember talking to Mark, who was just this amazing Splunk engineer in my team. Like I said, well, can we go back on that data? Like, can we find out when this first started? Because I couldn't quite work out the exact moment in time or the first firewall that was hit by this Asnarok attack. And then I went back, well, how far does that data go back? And then Mark said, well, actually, I think I've got 3 months worth. So we kind of rolled this thing back 3 months, and there was one single device that had been hit a month or so beforehand, sometime in February, if my memory serves me right. And it was just really strange. So it was kind of registered to a Chinese 163 address, and it sat again in Chengdu.
Chengdu, China again? That's where the person who submitted the bug was from. So they took this firewall, and again, this one was running a trial license, which was actually just a software-based firewall running in a virtual machine. And it's a virtual machine because Sophos isn't allowed to sell their firewalls to China due to export controls. So really, nobody in China should even have a Sophos firewall. Their suspicion was that the attackers were using this virtual firewall to practice their attacks against, developed
of the world where volcano picture of who these people were. This is here now.
Because it works in the lab. Look, I can show you it. I demonstrated it to these, guys in the, higher
about this. And we know for sure that this stuff was happening across a multitude of other devices.
Crazy.
Hello there, and welcome back to Daddy Roll the One. I'm Martin, and this is another in my series of videos on the history of early tabletop role-playing games, specifically Dungeons & Dragons, and the company that published them, Tactical Studies Rules, which later changed names to TSR. Today we're going to be talking about this book, The Fiend Folio. This is the 5th book in the line of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons hardbacks. If you want to know the history of Advanced Dungeons & Dragons hardback, please see my video on all 18 of them. There's a link here in the upper right-hand corner. But this is the first and the only book in this series that is not published by TSR here in the United States. And to understand how that came to happen, we need to have a quick history lesson. So, 1973, a company by the name of Tactical Studies Rules is founded by Gary Gygax and his childhood friend Don Kay. It's specifically founded to be able to publish the Dungeons and Dragons game. However, they don't have enough money, so they publish instead another game first. It's a war game called Cavaliers and Roundheads. The idea is that the sales of that will then help them fund being able to produce and publish and distribute Dungeons and Dragons. That doesn't happen because Cavaliers and Roundheads doesn't sell that well. So a third gentleman is brought into the group, a man named Brian Bloom. He adds the rest of the capital that they need, and they were able to publish Dungeons and Dragons in 1974. However, a tragedy happens, and Gary's friend Dawn ends up dying very unexpectedly and very young. And so his wife ends up taking over his portion of the shares for a while to try to help out, but that relationship just isn't really working. And so eventually her shares are purchased by Brian Bloom's father, Melvin Bloom, and Tactical Studies Rules is dissolved, and its assets and everything else were taken over by a new company called
And he makes a
TSR,
fuckload of money.
which consisted again of Gary Gygax, Brian Bloom, and Brian Bloom's father, Melvin. Melvin eventually transfers his shares to his
I love
other
to know
son.
what D&D
For the
with
time
active
being,
words
this
now.
was the company
Like,
that was founded in 1975.
it's got to be millions.
TSR. However, another company is founded in 1975 that is still around today. It's a company called Games Workshop in England, founded by three gentlemen, Peake, Ian Livingstone, and Steve Jackson. Really quickly, there are two Steve Jacksons in the history of tabletop role-playing games that are both very crucial, very important people. There's the Steve Jackson that we're talking about here from Games Workshop. There's another Steve Jackson here in the United States behind Metagaming and Steve Jackson Games. Just don't get them confused. They're two different people. We're talking about the one from England and Games Workshop. So they founded a game company originally, and they're producing materials in order to play board games. Very specifically, John Peake was interested in creating the actual boards for playing some of these games and some really high quality pieces for games
shit.
such as Mancala, as an example.
I hope there was some stock
They start publishing a newsletter
duplications
called
in that
Owl
time
and
frame.
Weasel Magazine. It's like a zine. It's very, very amateur publication, but they're producing this in order to talk about the types of games that they're making. And this magazine runs for 2 years. I'm not going to call it a magazine. It's called a newsletter or a zine. It ran from 1975 to 1977. Let's jump back quickly in
15p.
time to 1969, where another gentleman by the name of Don Turnbull has created another fan zine called Albion in order to cover the wargaming scene. So this newsletter or zine has game reviews. It also has play reports of actual games that are being played, war games, and turn sequences that are happening, like this side does this and then that side does that, for these like miniature war games battles that are happening. So this magazine, it's small, it doesn't have a huge distribution, but it has a dedicated and loyal fan base. It runs for 6 years and actually wins a few gaming awards for being sort of a novel for its time. However, the magazine eventually ceases publication in 1975, and so then the folks at Games Workshop take up the mantle, and they end up sending issues of their Alan Weasel zine to people who had been publishing or had been reading Albion. The Albion subscribers who had been getting that now got an issue of Alan Weasel, asking them to subscribe to that instead. So that goes on for a little while. And then Don Turnbull ends up contributing content to Alan Weasel. In 1977, Alan Weasel ceases publication, and a new magazine is created by Games Workshop called White Dwarf. The reason that they did this is because they needed to move from that sort of amateur zine format to more professional publication, because they were looking to expand the distribution of what they were selling, and they wanted retailers to buy into what was going on, and they thought having a more professional, slickly produced, glossy paper magazine would give them a sort of a sense of authenticity and help these retailers to climb on board and start stocking and carrying the games that they were distributing. What games were they were just distributing? Well, it's kind of interesting. That ends up being TSR's games. So Gary Gygax ends up getting introduced to the folks at Games Workshop because Brian Bloom had been a subscriber to Albion. And so when Albion ceased publication, he gets a copy of Alan Weasel in the mail. And he then approaches Gary Gygax, and they talk to the folks at Games Workshop and realize that there is a hunger for the types of games that TSR is publishing in the United Kingdom, in Europe. And so they create a distribution deal with the folks at Games Workshop to distribute TSR's games. So at the same time, Don Turnbull is contributing content originally to Alan Weasel, but then he is now contributing.
Because we didn't have any of the demonic panic bollocks that was going on in the States.
Don Turnbull takes over the editorial position of a column that is recurring in White Dwarf that's called the Fiend Factory, and this column is essentially just monsters that are being formatted in a sense that can be played with Dungeons and Dragons because of this distribution deal that they have with TSR. But the content is actually being created by fans, by readers of the magazine. So not professional game designers. These are created by fans, and it's being overseen by Don Turnbull. So this distribution relationship goes on for quite a while, but then Games Workshop starts to realize that the import cost of these games is just a little bit too high, and so they approach TSR with the idea of printing their version of TSR's books in the United Kingdom in order to save on costs so that they can sell better, so they don't have to raise the costs. And so you get some very unique artifacts during this time, very specifically this one, which is the Holmes Basic Rulebook that was distributed from 1977 by TSR. If you're not familiar with the Holmes Basic set, you're going to want to watch my video on the history of Dungeons and Dragons editions. There's a link to that here in the upper right hand corner. But Eric J. Holmes had edited this basic book in the United States, but the folks at Games Workshop said that the cover art just wasn't going to appeal to their audience, so they appealed to TSR to let their own artists redraw the cover. The rest of the book is the same, and so you get this book here that was distributed by Games Workshop under an official license from TSR. In 1979, Games Workshop approaches TSR and says that they want to publish a rule book, a monster book, using monsters from the Fiend Factory as sort of a follow-up to the Monster Manual. And the folks at TSR agree this is a good idea. And Don Turnbull is put in charge of editing this book. And it's basically going to collect monsters from the Fiend Factory column, as well as some other sources throughout England at the time that were creating content. But it's going to be fan-created content. However, this book, it was going to be published by Games Workshop, but that never ends up coming to pass because what happened was the relationship over the legalities of this distribution relationship between TSR and Games Workshop break down. There's a few reasons for that. One of the reasons is that Games Workshop, in addition to distributing
one of the reasons is money.
TSR's games, they had begun to talk to other publishers in the United States that were making role-playing games such as RuneQuest and Call of Cthulhu and Traveller, and they were distributing their games in the United Kingdom, so they weren't solely focused on TSR. The other thing that happened, according to Gary Gygax, this is in an interview from about 20 years ago, he says that he was very interested in wanting a merger between TSR and Games Workshop, and that merger was put aside by the Bloom family, and Gary blames them for that merger not happening. So things kind of start to fall apart, and the writing is kind of on the wall of what's going to happen between this distribution
where's Call of
relationship.
Cthulhu now? Like, absolutely
and so
fucking
TSR
nowhere.
ends up creating their own company called TSR UK, later called TSR Limited, and they put Don Turnbull in charge of that. So as soon as that happens, he ceases to be the editor of the Fiend Factory column and breaks his relationship with Games Workshop, comes to work and head up TSR UK, and the decision is made to have this book, the Fiend Folio, published by TSR UK. So that's kind of how that relationship came to happen. And the other thing that was going on at the time was that TSR had already published 4 hardback books: the Monster Manual, the Player's Handbook, the Dungeon Master's Guide, and Deities and Demigods. And they wanted to start creating publishing one hardback book per year. So the Fiend Folio should have been published much sooner because it was actually finished in 1979, but it sat in limbo for 2 years until these distribution legalities were worked out, until eventually it was published in 1981. So let's jump in and talk about this book and what's inside. So first off, we've got this very striking cover by an artist named Emmanuel. The cover is just very different from the covers that you were seeing on the US Dungeons and Dragons books at the time. It's got this this is a Githyanki. It's got this very high contrast yellow on blue background. And the art is really one of the main things from this book that people talk about. There are some iconic monsters in here as well, but this piece right here, this is by an artist named Russ Nicholson. And when you talk about the Fiend Folio, most people think of Russ Nicholson's art first because it's just very, very striking and very different from many of the other artists. Now, some of these artists here, Jeff D., Errol Otis, Jim Rosloff, David C. Sutherland III, Bill Willingham, those are all TSR United States artists that had also done work for the Monster Manual and the other previous AD&D books. So they do have work in here. However, it's really Russ Nicholson's work that kind of defines the aesthetic of this, as well as the Githyanki cover by Emmanuel. So a couple of quick things on this book that are sort of fun. A few of the monsters in here had appeared earlier, 4 of them very specifically. And that's the Drow.
Oh, the Drow were in this
the
as well.
Germlane. The
All these
Kuatoa.
were fan edits.
And
now they're like staples of the franchise.
Some Russ Nicholson art there. All 4 of those have appeared in one of these modules here. The Drow in G3, and then those other 3 monsters in D1, 2, or D3 of the Drow series of modules or adventures that had been published prior to that. But other than that, the rest of these are all creatures that were mostly coming from the Fiend Factory column. There's a few in here that came from other places. The Demon Lolth is in here. That's a Gary Gygax one, of course. A couple of other fun things that are in here. The Aarakocra first make their appearance in this book, so 5th edition fans will know this monster, aka the Birdman. And you've also got the first appearance of the Tabaxi. So again, if you play 5e, you probably know what this is. Both of those created by the same gentleman, Lawrence Schick, in the history of tabletop role-playing games, a very important gentleman. You also have some kind of fun ones in here that are very iconic. You've got the Death Knight. You've got we saw them on the front cover, the Githyanki.
The Githzerai on the next page.
This is all the first appearance of all of those. And then the Slotty.
You play a monk
so all 4 of those were created by an author named Charles Stross. He is a very famous British science fiction author. At the time he created these, he was a very young man. He was just a gamer, and he created these monsters that are, iconic in the D&D history. So this book, published in 1981, it's over 40 years old at this point. So that's kind of just the quick thing on this book. There's a lot of undead, which a lot of people, at the time, kind of either you liked it or you complained about it a lot. There's a lot of undead in here. There's some just kind of fun, goofy things in here. There's the elemental princes of evil. 2 of the creatures that people complain about the most would be the Flumph and the Flail Snail. So there's a lot of goofy stuff. You can just see that it's very different in terms of the aesthetic and, from say the things that we have in the United States in the Monster Manual at the time. This is the debut of what at the time they called the Oriental Dragons. So
the Lung Dragons.
Them here on this 2-page spread. So these were new at the time because they were all neutral. So in the Monster Manual, the original Monster Manual, you have good aligned dragons or, metallic, and then you have the evil aligned dragons that are chromatic. This was the first time that you were seeing neutral aligned dragons. So these are the Oriental dragons. So
Lung Dragons.
Thing that I think is really fun in this book is that in the list of the index here at the back where they list the creatures, they actually tell you the name of the person who created these, the original people. So you'll see some familiar names on here. If you watch my other videos on the history, you see Tom Moldvay, where you talked about Lawrence Schick. But Lou Pulsifer is a very important individual. And then you also see founders of Games Workshop, Ian Livingstone, creating some creatures here. So Albie Fiore, we talked about. Gene Wells was an editor at TSR for many, many years. And so some of these are created by people that end up going on to professional careers, but a lot of these were also just created by people that were fans of the magazine. So that's how this book comes to be published. Now, what was different about this book as well is that this is the only book in the AD&D series that does not get reprinted with an orange spine. We talked about those orange spine books in my history of AD&D hardbacks, but this is the only one that doesn't. So that's it for this look at the Fiend Folio. If you like this video, please do like and subscribe to my channel. Please share it on social media if you can to help me grow my channel. And please leave a comment, and I will see you next time. Thanks.
See if Claude can flesh out this feature. Because I've got fuck all to go on at the moment. So. Fuck's sake. I watched one D&D video and now like my whole feed is D&D.
If AI is so advanced, why does it sometimes make stuff up? My name is Jordan and I work
This is
at
a
Anthropic.
cunt.
We make Claude, an AI assistant, and we do a lot to make sure it gives you accurate
Okie dokie
information.
24 says.
Hey, okie
But
dokie.
sometimes
Hello
AI
there.
still make things up. We call these errors hallucinations, and they're often worse than just making a mistake,
How are you doing?
because the AI will appear very confident, or even try to convince you that it's right. Hallucinations can show up in a lot of ways. The AI might cite a research paper that doesn't exist, make up fake statistics,
And okie
or
dokie.
get facts wrong
How
about
about
real
you?
people or real events.
Nice.
Here's what it looks like. You ask Claude to tell you
Yeah,
about
I'm not bad.
some papers
Not
written by
bad.
Jared Kaplan. It confidently gives you answers. None of those titles actually exist. Claude hallucinates much less than even
I
a
had
year
a
ago.
shoulder surgery
Honestly,
on
it
my
took us a while to find
shoulder,
an example
ironically.
like this, because we've put a lot of work
last
into
Wednesday,
reducing
and it's
hallucinations in Claude.
just getting to
But
the
that's
point where
kind
I
of the
can
point.
move my shoulder a little
Hallucinations
bit now.
are hard to anticipate, hard to catch, and
So
the wrong
yeah,
answer
hopefully I
often
can
looks
get back to
exactly
normal.
like it could be the right one. And since hallucinations are becoming more rare, people often don't bother to check the
I
AI's
can use
work.
my mouse in my right
So
hand
let's talk
again.
about why this happens, what we're doing about it, and how you can catch hallucinations
I feel
when
like
you
this
use
video
AI.
script was written by I.
The whole video script
AI
was
systems like
hallucinating.
Claude learn by reading huge amounts of text from the internet. They get really good at figuring out what words or ideas typically come next. Kind of like how your phone suggests the next word as you type.
I always love when they like display a neural network like this, because if you tried to get someone to explain, like,
The
what is
person in the
this?
video is hallucinating.
Like the inputs you get, like here's your prompt, and then this is just like, I genuinely, if you asked anyone, like especially someone in leadership, they would be like, so what's going on in this picture? And it'd be like, prompt, and then that's the output, and then just like, genuinely, like, what is this witchcraft?
I don't understand this, but I know human equals good. I equals mid.
This works well most of the time. But when you ask about something obscure, like specific research papers from a relatively unknown researcher, there just isn't enough information for the AI to draw from.
Why not?
So it tries to be helpful and takes a guess. And sometimes that guess is wrong. It's a bit like asking a friend who's read every popular book and takes a lot of pride in knowing all of the random facts about them. But because they want to seem like the expert, they sometimes say something confidently wrong instead of admitting, I don't know. AIs are trained to be helpful, so they want to give you some answer even when they're not sure. But we have ways to mitigate this. During training, we teach Claude to be honest and to say, I don't know, when it's not sure. We try to teach Claude that being honest is both the right thing to do
If that
and also
friend
part
knows
of
every
how
book,
to be
then they
more
should
helpful.
know every question.
We
Like what?
I watched a brilliant video this morning, where a lawyer was getting sanctioned by the judge because he basically submitted loads of like false like citations in case law to like I think it was like a HOA like fine that someone had got, and all of his legal basis for them charging this dude, like every single citation was utter bullshit, where it just like hallucinated the citation and the quotes, and then the judge just like went
Oh yeah, I
absolutely
saw that
mental.
video too, lol.
Yeah, it's like, oh my god, what are you doing? Like as if you let the AI do all of that and then didn't bother to check what the citation was. Like,
Regularly test Claude with thousands of questions specifically designed to trip it up. Obscure facts, niche topics, questions where the truthful answer is, I don't know. We measure things like, how often does Claude correctly say it's unsure? Does it make up citations or statistics? How often does it hedge appropriately versus stating something false with confidence? These tests help us catch problems and track our progress.
I had another issue with Claude earlier as well. It was not listening to me. Chats. So I was trying to get it to create just a shitty logo or something. No, keep planning. So I was like, design a logo. Like, I want it to kind of reflect that people take photos. And it this is supposed to be a camera lens. It's just got the word AI and a random ellipsis in the middle. So kind of I told it, don't like it. Like the letters are all like AI is just floating in the air. And then I asked it to draw a car, and it did this absolute abortion.
This is cancer. This is so much cancer that I can feel the tumors growing on my back. And it's way down heavy on me, and it's not okay.
I is driving.
Yeah, and I was like, right, here's a photo. I want you to rasterize that photo so it can be used as like an image, and you could put that in the lens so it looked like someone had taken it. And I wanted some double yellow lines to reflect like these lines are what dictates that makes it an illegal park. Just drew this. I was like, what the fuck is that?
I don't think they can park there.
I was like, the car looks rubbish. And then it like made this, which is slightly better, but the wheels are like like little, like tiny little fucking wheels. And I like,
Okay, I like that second car one since it looks like a disappointed face.
oh yeah, I tried to copy. No, I asked Midjourney when it came up with this. I was like, so I said Midjourney like design me a car, and it did this, and then watermarked it. And because it had watermarks, Claude wouldn't then do anything with it. So I had to go to another one, and I got like this out of it, which looked mint. And then it tried to like render it, which became this. No, sorry, it didn't have a car in the middle to start with. So the car was like over here somewhere. So I edited it in Paint and put it in the place I wanted it. And then gave it that screenshot and said, okay, cool, I've moved it. It like put the lines like so they didn't quite fit. And then it kept like gaslighting me. It made the wheels transparent for some reason. The lines then just started crossing at random places. And I like went back and forth with it for ages, like make the lines longer. And then it still couldn't do it, so I was like, just give me the path for the yellow lines and I'll change it.
With all this work, I could have made what you wanted all.
Yeah, so I was like, give me the path, I'll adjust it. And then, oh, this was easy. So it was using an image tag to put the PNG image in the SVG. So I got it to rasterize or vectorize the raster. So it then produced a proper SVG for the car. And then I was still like, extend the yellow lines, and kept showing it like, so then it extended them down here, but it deleted the line up here. So I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Show me the SVG. Again, I was trying to like just do it myself. And then I realized that this element that it had was like not necessary, because the lines it was drawing as part of the car render. So this was all an SVG, but the yellow lines were part of the same SVG. So when I made those separate, it magically works a bit better anyway. So then it got it mostly right, but the lines still didn't go off the edge, so I was like, give me the path. It finally gave me the path. Move the car and the yellow lines up slightly. The car wheels are still transparent. Can you break the yellow line where the car wheels are? And then it didn't work. So I was like, can you fix it? The yellow lines suck. Why are the wheels still fucking transparent?
I like how it says good point and you're absolutely right, yet still fails on what you're asking.
Yeah. And it's like, fair frustration. I know I'm shit at my job. And I like tried to show like, yeah, you've made these transparent, the line is now stopping here, and it was like doing the right thing a minute ago. So it couldn't get it right. And then eventually I just downloaded the SVG and then tweaked it. So like, it just needed a polygon behind the car to stop the transparency, but doing it this way also broke the line up without changing the line, because these sat like on top of the yellow line.
Lol, you saying I fixed it myself and it's saying nice work.
Yeah. I fixed it. I appreciate you sharing the final version. And it was just like, oh yeah, you lowered it by 2 units. It's like, oh, and I also added all this other stuff that you didn't bother with. Sorry for the runaround. And then I asked it to do something else, and it fucked that up as well. So I think the last one it came out with was that. Oh no, it made them transparent again. So it actually broke it. Yeah, it broke it and made them transparent. Piece of shit. So after I fixed it, it undid the thing I fixed. Right. Summarize your plan for me. Oh, it's done it here. It's already done it.
Is Claude Code less bad?
It's not good at drawing SVGs, but it's pretty good at making code. Alright, so it wants... The site has no mechanism to deal with users. Yeah, that's kind of what I asked you to do. So abuse vectors. Why does that look like that? I'm sure. It's still going ahead of the fucking HTML. Piece of shit. I don't know how many fucking times I've got to say in Markdown for it to actually give it to me in Markdown. No, it's lost it already. It's doing so well. Another fucking ad. Part 2, nothing. That's the plan. Absolute piece of shit. Let me give you your plan in 2 parts. Here's part 1. Part 2 is absolutely nothing. Oh, you fucking piece of crap. Oh, okay, that's fine. Let's just wrapped it. Okay. Ta-da. Ba-bum. Yeah, I like it. It gave me my plan in 2 parts. Part 1, part 2. Right, that's the ask. I don't see anything crazy wrong with what it wants to do. So it's going to look at content abuse, so off-topic videos, duplicate reports, fabricated VRNs. How's it going to get a fabricated VRN? I guess you could get a fabricated VRN if you put one on a car. That would be report of bulk uploads consuming the AI quote excessive vehicle insurance lookups. TOS violation statements that get reported rejected by police repeatedly wasting optional API rate limit bypass. Mine type upload. Unusual request patterns. Don't know how it's going to detect them. Files to modify. So I want to add a user moderation record. A user flag plus enums. Permission. Add is not suspended permission class. Add an admin class inlines for user profile admin. Add moderation status to the user profile serializer. Add ready. Check the op-snap failure rates. Periodic task. Shouldn't that be in? Shouldn't periodic tasks be a salary beat task, not an API task? Add caches. Throttle rates to REST framework. New beat schedule entry. New throttle classes. Automated flag signal handler. Migration for both models. Okay, that's fine. That's just the changes. Extend auth user type with moderation status. UI banner component. That's if they get banned, okay. Add report offense selection audit. So moderation record type, notice, warning, suspension, ban. Violation category, relevant, false information, excessive uploads. High upload rate, high failure rate. So user moderation record. We've got the user, the record, or the moderation record. I'd like that to be yeah, same for that. Applied by, applied at, expires at, user notified. Right, user flag model. So the flag type is auto flagged, triggered by report, triggered by submission. It's the migration. No caches block currently exist. Django defaults to per process lock mem cache, which breaks multi-worker. Add before the Requires a one-time setup command to add deployment number. So we can throttle the rates to the REST framework. Report upload 10 per day. Vehicle lookup 50 per day. That should be the same as report upload, if anything. 5 per hour. I'd be fucking impressed if they did 50, but any more than that is overkill. A vehicle lookup. This should match the report upload. Only admins should run a lookup more than once per report. And again, this can be a lot more flexible. This can match report upload. Statement assist. That should be. I don't know. This should be double the report upload rate. At least double. Just in case they try to amend their statements, like you want to be able to do it more than once. Throttling. Report. Okay, so these are just the automated throttles. So we've got the new views showing if they're throttled, is not suspended. All imports inside handler bodies to avoid app registry not ready failures. Report logs. 3 auto flag triggers. So the report created if a user has more than 5 uploads in the last 24 hours. Create user flag high upload rate. Deduplicated skip if unresolved flag already exists. Reports change, duplicate, create, referencing the report to duplicate the report. When is this flag set? Only admins can currently set a report to duplicate. We don't want this to be a suspendable trigger, as they might just be struggling to upload. The trigger should be if the status has been are notified that the snap submission was unsuccessful because of incorrect data, missing data from files, etc. And it's just a serializer and models. Alright. Check my plan comments. No, you fucking knob. Why are you trying to go to fucking Git? The plan that you made, dipshit, not the issue list on GitHub. No, you fucking knob. Right, you're fucking dumb. Oh, we didn't finish this.
With each new version of Claude, we've seen improvements, but we're honest that this is an ongoing challenge for the entire AI field. Not at all a solved problem. If you're wondering how to spot when this happens, hallucinations are most likely to happen in a few types of situations. For example, if you're asking for specific facts, statistics, or citations, or if the topic is obscure, niche, or very recent. If you're asking about real but not widely known people or places, or when you need exact details like dates, names, or numbers. Here are some tips you can use to reduce hallucinations. First, ask the AI to find sources to back up its claims. And if it already gave sources, ask it to check that those sources actually support what it's saying. Try telling the AI up front, it's okay if you don't know. And if you're unsure about an answer, ask the AI how confident it is and whether anything might be wrong. Often the AI knows it's wrong, but just wanted to sound confident. If you have an answer you're unsure about, start a new chat and ask the AI to find errors in the answer and to confirm that the sources support the statements. For critical work, you should cross-reference with trusted sources. Be skeptical and double-check specific numbers, dates, and citations.
Don't believe a bloody thing it does.
Ask follow-up questions. Reducing hallucinations is an important goal to make AIs more trustworthy and useful to everyone. We'll continue to share our progress in this area on our blog. You can learn about other tools and frameworks for working with AI in the Anthropic Academy.
Thanks, Anthropic. Live coding with Bun.
welcome to the stage, member of technical staff of Anthropic, Dixon Sy.
Dixon Cider.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dixon from the Cloud Code team. I work on plugins and Cloud Code on the web. This session is about what's new in Cloud Code. If you've seen our public changelog recently, you'll know that our team ships a lot. It could be kind of hard to keep up. So today, I want to step back from the changelog and give you the story, how our new features fit together and why we love them. Our new features fall into two themes. There we go. Our new features fall into two themes. First, developer experience. How we're making Cloud Code nicer to live in as you spend more of your day with it. Second, autonomy. How we're enabling Claude to do more while you're away from your keyboard. Finally, I'll cover how to learn more for everything I don't get to. As daily users of Cloud Code, we're still very invested in the human experience, even as Claude can handle more long-running tasks on its own. For developer experience, first up is remote control. Remote control lets you start a session on your machine and pick it up on the go. From your phone, you can access the same session, same dev setup. Why not kick off a long-running task
The only
and run
issue
some
is
errands?
you can't really see
We
the
wanted
output
more
from your phone.
convenience on our team when building Cloud Code, and remote control gives us that. Let me show you how to set up remote control with a demo.
You do /remote.
All right, so we are in a new session. Let's just seed it with some content. And now we can enable remote control by typing remote control. What you get is a link in Cloud Code on the web. So let's open that and put these side by side. And you can see the content of your terminal online. And from, this can be your mobile browser. This can be your mobile app. You can type 3+3 or something like that, and it'll appear in the terminal. Same dev setup that's running in your terminal.
I wonder if they'll find some way of finding all these sessions.
Type in your terminal,
and then you just type any other bollocks into it, and then
so my favorite pattern
simultaneously.
Here is to enable remote control on a long-running session that has accumulated context over multiple PRs. That way, when I'm on the go, I can ask that long-running session to spin up a sub-agent and get my idea implemented. Back to the slides. Next is flicker-free rendering. Show of hands, how many of you have encountered flickering at some point when using Cloud Code? Woo! That's how you know that you're an OG. So we've heard from you loud and clear that flickering ruins the terminal experience. Our previous approach of appending to the existing terminal scrollback was tricky to get right. One misalignment could trigger repainting that would cause the flickering that you see. Now, Cloud Code's terminal UI has full screen mode, where we virtualize scrollback. By doing so, we can guarantee flicker-free output. On top of that, we can make elements of Cloud Code in the terminal clickable. And we can keep memory usage flat, even for very long sessions. Our team has switched to this for the most part, and you'll feel the difference immediately if you do as well. Let me show you how to use it in a demo. So in a new session, I'll expand this. You can enable full screen mode by saying TUI full screen. TUI is short for terminal UI. By the way, did you know that there's a voice mode in Cloud Code? How many of you have used voice mode already? OK, a fair number of you. You can toggle it on or off by using /voice. And now you can hold the space bar to say a prompt. So I'll say, write me a file containing 10 jokes and another file containing 10 fun facts. Containing 10, there we go.
There you go. That's what I get. It never fucking listens to you long enough.
So
you end up deleting it all.
As Claude is working, you'll see how smooth the rendering is for full screen mode. Even for very long content, you don't see any rendering artifacts. And one thing you can do is for these tool calls that are folded, you can expand them with a single click. Now, let me show you how virtualized scrolling works with another prompt. Create a file containing 10 career tips. Career tips. OK, there we go. And as it's working, let's say you are scrolling back and reviewing the existing output. We see this jump to bottom here that you can click, and our existing prompt does its processing and has alerted us that there's a new message. So it doesn't affect your view above the transcript, so we can then jump down and see what that new message is. This is full screen mode. So if you're like me and you spend a lot of time in the terminal, full screen mode provides you a really smooth, intuitive experience. Back to the slides. Some engineers on our team prefer the terminal, but others are increasingly using the Cloud Code GUI across desktop and web. We've revamped the GUI into a much better experience for managing, 1, multiple sessions at once, and 2, presenting all of the relevant context you need for the session so that you can work more efficiently. Let's take a look at some of these new features in a demo. This demo is based on Excalidraw. So Excalidraw is an open source whiteboarding app, and the original experience has 3 basic shapes: rectangles, diamonds, and ellipses. But let's say I wanted to draw trapezoids. Well, I have a Cloud Code desktop session cooking with this with this feature. If you haven't seen Cloud Code desktop in a while, a lot has changed. In the sidebar, we have a pinned section and also more advanced filtering and grouping capabilities. In fact, you can group by your project, for example. From the sidebar, you can also open up a split view, just like that, with drag and drop.
Nice. Didn't know you could do that.
On the top right corner, you can see a lot of views for your session, because the transcript's kind of boring sometimes, right? You can open the plan corresponding to this session. You can even highlight certain parts to leave comments, and all the comments can get aggregated and resolved by Claude later. So in addition to the plan, you can open a diff view and also leave comments on any line. Finally, if you're kind of lost, you can open the files view where you have your entire working directory, and you can also make edits really quickly. But what we're betting here is that you're spending more and more of your time with Claude as Claude becomes more capable, and all these functionalities are more optional, right? They're not your default experience. They're just something you grab onto when you need them. Now, let me show you this really cool experimental feature. So you know that this transcript is really long. Now, one thing we can do is we can hover over an assistant message, and there's a pin as chapter button. You should try to guess what this does. So let me click here. And then you can see that above this assistant message, we now have a title for this message in the context of this transcript. You can rename this title, debug pointer down event. Let's maybe add one more. How about this one? So we'll pin this as a chapter 2 and see what its title is. The title is add missing distance to
API error
function. Cool. So we now have 2 titles. Debug pointer down event. Let's maybe
they tried to dodge the fact that it fucked up.
Add one more. How about this one? So we'll pin this as a chapter 2 and see what its title is. The title is
API error. We saw it, you bastards. It popped up.
Is add missing
distance. And they scroll back down to try and avoid the fucking error. We all saw it.
To trapezoid element function. Cool. So we now have 2 titles. What can we build with this? we can build a table of contents. So now in the top left corner, you can jump between different parts of your transcript. You can rename these chapter titles, or you can even delete them if you want. So that's an experimental feature, and we think that we can make a lot more in Claude Code Desktop. Just let Anthony Morris, our Claude Code Desktop lead, know on X, and he'll probably ship it for you tomorrow. So one last thing here is we haven't looked at trapezoids, so let's actually run a server. We can open up the terminal right here, start the server. It's going to run in localhost 3002. And now you can draw trapezoids, and you can even make them orange. Server, we can open up the terminal right here, start the server. It's going to run in localhost 3002. And now you can draw trapezoids, and you can even make them orange. All right, let's go back to the slides. So that's for developer experience. Now onto our second theme, autonomy. Each of these next features came from the same place. I'd hand Claude something long-running and one small thing, a permission prompt, a branch conflict, a forgotten build command, would lead me to wonder, Claude, why'd you do that when I come back to my laptop? The features I'll cover next will give you more confidence that Claude will do what you want when you step away. First feature I'll cover, show of hands. How many of you have become tired of permission prompts? Where you go 1, 1, 1. You can probably start a wave, right? With your hands. Auto mode is a new permissions mode in Claude Code where Claude makes permission decisions on your behalf using a classifier. So when you have a tool call that would otherwise hit a permission prompt, the classifier will look for two things. One, is the action destructive? And two, does it look like prompt injection? If the classifier determines the tool call is safe, it just lets it run. If not, then Claude will block the tool call, and the agent will have to figure out what to do next. This has saved us a bunch of time at Anthropic and helps us eliminate the number of instances where we thought we started a long-running task just to come back and be like,
and it's got a fucking prompt
prompt.
that doesn't do anything.
So next is, next is work trees. Next pain point is how do we work with multiple features without your Claude stepping on each other? Work trees are my favorite feature because they've helped me overcome this pain.
Oh, that's cool.
Git work trees have existed long before Claude Code, where it will create a new branch and it will copy all the files of your repo. But there's so many sharp edges. And so we've taken the time to think about what those edges are and to smooth them out into a friendlier interface for us and for Claude. So for instance, we've integrated in Claude Code settings a field where you can declare the files that should be shared across your work trees, like node modules. So then, if you wanted to start a new session, you can just use -- work tree, and that new session will be accompanied by a new work tree. Or you can ask Claude to create a work tree for you. Let's take a look at this in a demo. So again, our demo is based on Excalidraw. In the original experience, you see here, we're going to add two things for our demo. One is we're going to add a new color. And two, we're going to add a slider to help us make these corners more round. So we're going to start a work tree by using Claude-W, which is short for -- work tree. So we have a work tree for colors, a work tree for border radius, and I'm just going to write in the prompt right now, add a 6th color to stroke/background. And then for this work tree, I'm going to say add a slider to adjust border radius. All right, so as these two sessions are cooking their respective features, let me show you how Claude can create work trees on its own. So I can say, for instance, create a work tree to add a star shape. And so it's not just dash dash worktree. We've actually given Claude an enter worktree and exit worktree tool, so Claude can determine for itself whether it should start implementing a new feature in an isolated environment. So you can see that Claude has created a worktree. I'm being explicit in this demo, but you can put this prompt in your Claude MD. You don't have to be as explicit. Claude will know what your intent is. Okay? And Claude is polite enough to ask me when to start implementing. I'll actually say just leave the work tree. And you can see that our harness cleans up the work tree for you. So it's very convenient. And that way you can have a long-running session that works on many different PRs simultaneously. Okay? So let's take a look at our features now. Looks like the colors are ready, so let's run yarn start in the background and tell me the port. The other feature is still working. So this will take a little moment. All right, so this is ready in localhost 3003. And you can see I still have the original experience running on my main checkout of Excalidraw. This new experience has the 6th color. So this feature, the agent was working independently on this feature. And then we can see how this other one is doing. It's still working, but I think you get the idea. Work trees are just super convenient for launching multiple agents to work on multiple features. Back to the slides. Next is auto memory. How many of you feel like you spend a lot of tokens on the same things over and over again because you think Claude Code's working on a blank slate, right? But with auto memory, we now let Claude accumulate knowledge across your sessions so you don't have to set it up yourself. You can ask it to remember things like key build commands, debugging insights, and any other project preferences. And Claude will decide what's worth remembering based on whether the information could be useful for a future conversation. In particular, Claude, for every project, will manage a directory. And within the directory is a memory.md file. It's an index file that gets included in your conversation, just like Claude.md, but it's exclusively managed by Claude. And from this index file, it can offer more files to, it can link to other files in the same directory that have more details. So we leverage progressive disclosure, much like skills. So this feature is very handy. It also works for subagents. So if you have a custom subagent, you can say memory user or memory project to establish a memory directory. And this feature wouldn't be possible without recent breakthroughs in model development. So compared to Opus 4, Opus 4.7 and other recent models are more capable of managing its memory as a set of files in a directory. So if you've been following along, Claude's been doing much better at Pokemon because of this capability. Next up is code review. At Anthropic, we have discovered a more effective code review pattern that's multi-phase and multi-agent. Spin up a team of reviewers to look at independent aspects of your code, then verify that the findings are actually worth reporting. This process catches issues that would have otherwise taken you hours or that you would have missed altogether. So you can set up this code review for all of your PRs through our GitHub app, or you can try it out manually in Claude Code by using /ultra review. So between auto mode, work trees, auto memory, and code review, you now have fewer actions to approve, more agents safely working in parallel, sessions accumulating knowledge over time, and teams of Claude reviewing changes, all before you yourself have to look at each PR. Your time is valuable, and we should leverage Claude's ability to make the most of your time. All right, and that brings us to the final feature we're covering today, routines. Routines have shipped in research preview recently, and they help you create sessions in Claude Code that can trigger without your intervention. So we've talked about how we have features that help the agents work more autonomously from idea to PR, and now we're automating the idea generation itself, right? The shape of a routine is simple. You configure them once with your prompt, your repo, and relevant connectors, and then you can select a trigger, either a cron schedule, something that runs hourly or daily, a GitHub webhook event, or you can even set up an API endpoint that you hit for the routine to run. From there, Claude runs without you. So you can have a routine that triages GitHub issues every day. And then if you enable the Slack connector, you can have it send a digest of those top issues to Slack. Or you can have a routine that gets run every time your e-commerce website earns a sale, right? You can have Claude be happy with you as well. So let's see how routines work with a demo. Now, routines are a feature that is very prominent now in the sidebar, but we also introduced /loop. So let's start a new session. What we can say is /loop 1 minute, tell me a joke, for instance. And then I can use my backup side by side. So, split view is kind of nice. So /loop can help you set up automation within a single Claude Code session. So Claude has a cron create tool, similar to the enter worktree tool, where it can, at its discretion, start a scheduled job for you. And of course, you can always disable this tool in your settings if you don't like it. So now I've had it schedule tell me a joke every minute. And so there's a joke about why programmers prefer dark mode, because light attracts bugs, et cetera, et cetera. OK, so compare this against routines, where you can kick off a new routine either locally on your desktop or remotely. I prefer remote because if you set up a routine locally, you have to have your laptop open. But if you run it remotely, our servers will schedule and run these jobs for you. In fact, I have my own routine I've been running a lot recently. Let's walk through it. So my instructions here are scan the latest open public GitHub issues with the most Reacts created since the day before. Look only at the issues with labels and area plugins and area hooks, which I'm responsible for, and respond with a separate list of the top 10 issues sorted by the most Reacts. And so it's been running for a week now, and you can see that every day I get a really nice report of the top issues, and I don't have to think about prompting Claude to launch these reports. And you can imagine we can set up other automation to then ingest these reports, launch subagents to fix them, et cetera. OK, let's go back to our jokes. So once we're done, writing jokes, we can say stop the loop. And Claude can interpret your prompt, map it to the proper tool call, and delete it. So you'll also notice that we have a tool search tool now. What tool search does is it adds a layer of indirection between you and the actual tool definitions. So now we can offer more tools at once without directly impacting your context. All right. Back to the slides. So we've covered developer experience. We covered autonomy. Now let's go through all the other items that I couldn't get to in this conversation. You can take a picture, or you can just get a sense of the overwhelming number of features our team ships every day. In particular, for those of you managing Claude Code for your team or enterprise, we've built some features for you. For example, we have much better Windows support than we've had months before. We have cloud provider setup, native installation, admin settings management, and plugin features for company-wide harness improvements. As always, you can follow along in our public changelog. Beyond the changelog, we have a few ways to keep up with what's new. You can follow them and let us know how everyone.
Cool story, bro.
Where's the plan? I need to like re-give it some instructions.
Okay, so when you select a duplicate, a signal creates a user flag for the person who made it. The idea is that submitting duplicate reports is a low signal form of use.
Agent 57 says. Didgery?
Didgery! What's up, my friend? That's fucking African, not Australian. That's enough of that shit. Awimbawe.
Have you checked your vitals?
I love that I can trigger those through VS Code.
Absolute fucking bullshit. Unprofessional bullshit.
Nice. Hopefully it figures out that that field's not used and will remove it. Because that's been lingering for a while now. So why is it fucking gassing? It is alive, it's used as a fallback in the vehicle lookup task and all 6 op snap adapters. What about registration is the key one? It's just the DVLA echoing back the plate that you sent, not an independent verifier.
Okidoki24 says, "How's it going?"
Not bad. Just trying to. Well, the task I've given it is to do some kind of user moderation. So if a user tried to like upload files that, I don't know, it could be fucking anything. It could be them jacking off. But if they try and submit that as evidence and the police then reject those uploads, or they don't do anything with it, like, you're ultimately wasting everyone's time. So I want a way of moderating users to, like, ban them if they try and spend all my money.
Oops.
From... Because they might just try and upload loads of shit.
It could be a cat photo.
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be memes, could be whatever. So the idea is that I can put some kind of detection in there that if I flag the user as, like, wasting the resources, they can get banned, and then when they're logged in, they just won't be able to do anything. So. But it's moaning at me because originally I had this vehicle registration field, but when the AI detects a license plate, it fills it in here. So this is the main field. This doesn't get used for anything, but it's still in the code as like a backup. So you'll see it would, when it does a check, it will say check the license plate, so that's the AI field, and then check this random, like, manual field. So yeah, like, it would work with either, but it's like, why is there two fucking fields that do the same thing?
This is a really random question, but if someone stole my heart rate, amount of sleep I got, could that be used against me if leaked/breached?
Not really. It would be your personal information, and the sleep data and heart rate is like medical data. So whoever leaked it has breached the HIPAA controls. So you'd probably have a class action that you could get money. But I don't know what anyone could actually do with it. It's not like they can pretend to be you with your heartbeat. Yeah. If it was some other biometric, like if it was your fingerprint, then maybe that would be more useful.
What if it was not medical grade and is something like an Aura ring or something?
Yeah. No, it's the same thing. Like, no one's... Like, if your heartbeat is 65, then it doesn't really matter, does it? If someone else has a heart rate of some other number, like... It's not exactly valuable, let's put it that way. Like, how much sleep you get every day is not relevant to stealing your money or getting access to your accounts.
I'm assuming for steps 2?
Yeah, you can't do anything with those metrics. If it was recording places that you go, so like the GPS data, that would be valuable, because they could use that then to find you if they know that you regularly walk around a particular park. But the fact that you do 1,000 steps or 10,000 steps a day doesn't do anything.
I mean, for sleep, I could see people targeting you when sleeping.
Oh, you mean if they know what time you go to bed? I mean, unless you're me, where you're coding at 6 a.m. and having coded all night. Like, someone would know that I was probably going to bed in a minute. But again, what can they do with that? They need to know where you live, they need to break into your house.
I guess, but don't they need someone awake to access their accounts?
Not necessarily. They're more likely to find you when you are somewhere and then, like, beat you with a lead pipe to get your passwords. But yeah, the fact that you sleep in a bed from 8 p.m. till 9 a.m. or whatever the time is, like, you can't use that for anything valuable. It's an interesting metric if you're tracking your health. It's completely rubbish for like a malicious purpose.
If they had a lead pipe, it'd bring a copper pipe to trade them.
Yeah. Always be one step ahead.
Yeah, one device I was looking at just tracks those 3 metrics, and has no GPS.
Yeah, which one's that? Aura? I've got a friend who's got an Aura ring. They're really good. I got the model. The Gen 1 Pixel watch when that came out, because it was free with my phone, and it was supposed to have an O2 meter on it, and the sensor is there. It's on the actual hardware, but it never got enabled. So I can measure my heart rate, but not my oxygen level, which is really fucking annoying because the sensor is there. If they literally flicked a switch and enabled it, it would work. But seeing as they've got the Pixel Watch 2 and 3 now, I can't imagine they'll do it for the 1.
I had the Pixel Watch. It was cool, but they never supported me when the screen cracked.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in a rush to get another Pixel Watch, put it that way. I don't even fucking use the one I've got. It was fun for like a couple months, and then I lost interest in it entirely. The battery like lasted a whole like day, and then you'd have to charge it again. The browser on it's crap. It's like 50 pixels by 50 pixels, so you can't actually see anything on it. Is it now?
I was also looking at the new Google Fitbit Air. Also no GPS and has no screen on it, sort of like a Whoop, and you don't need a subscription to use it. It's $99, which is cool too.
It's such a gaslighting piece of shit. All 6 locations have been cleaned up, so it got rid of it from there. It's only because I've got the search up here for myself, so I can track where the usage is. And it's like, I cleaned them all up. The license plate is now the sole source of VRN everywhere, and I just gave it a link to where it was still being used somewhere else. I'll do a final sweep, make sure there are no remaining instances. All operational fallbacks are clean, the remaining references are all legitimate. Model definition. No, but that's the problem. I don't want it in the fucking model definition. And then this one again is just testing.
AI is the definition of a toxic relationship.
Yeah,
Lol. Gaslighting galore.
it's so shit. Let's ask it. So, like, why the fuck would I want vehicle registration in the modal definition when it's not used anywhere? Fair point. Let me remove it. Just swear at it. Just treat it like a fucking wife-beaten girlfriend. You have to out-gaslight it.
I do some video editing and AI which they've implemented is actually useful.
I used to do quite a lot of the Grok videos when they like the Grok Imagine, but that's all locked behind a paywall now. ChatGPT got rid of it too. It's like, it's not fair. I liked making crap. They're trying to like free up the compute space for code gen. Oh, it's getting rid of it from the front end too, that's nice.
I like how it says manifesting when moving.
When the Claude code, source code got leaked, these words are just like in a tuple. So you can, if you get the code, you can just change the words to be whatever you want. Yeah, so manifesting, zigzagging. So yeah, if you built your own version of Claude Code, you change this list to be any list you like. You could change it to like enshittificating or something like.
But I changed them to a more realistic thing of what it's doing. Maybe like gaslighting,
Yeah.
not thinking, not doing the thing you asked.
Enshittification.
I need that word on a t-shirt.
So it's done that. Has it done a migration to remove? Yes, it has. Good. Good.
Success. Enshittification. Okidoki 24 says, do you have any tips when searching at something tech related, mainly hardware, of when a company will stop supporting it if it's something new releasing? Like before buying something?
Not really. No one really knows when stuff's going to come out until they announce it. But yeah, like if you're waiting for a graphics card, maybe see when the last one came out and you can expect the next one to come out the following year. But yeah, ultimately it doesn't really matter. Just get whatever you want to get. Something new's going to come out eventually. What kind of hardware?
Something that tracks health. Oring, Pixel Watch.
Well, in that case, just like other reviews, people that have already got the gear, see what they think of it. I just told you that the Pixel Watch 1 was a piece of shit. What more do you need to know?
I'm also rocking an NVIDIA 1060.
Yeah, see, computers. You've got this site.
Sec says, web link.
So you tell them what you want to build. I think this is what I tried to build the other day. So you just select the parts that you want, and then it will determine like how much wattage you need.
Okidoki 24 says, yup, I built my PC with this site.
Yeah. So yeah, say you were after a graphics card. You got all the ratings and stuff here. You can see the reviews if they're rubbish. Migrate.
I I kinda wanted PC Part Picker to also help me build it, but I had to go with the orange logo that won Alan 2Ts.
Orange logo with L and 2T. I don't know what that one is.
Oh.
Yeah, never heard of it.
I think his name is Linus Tech or something. I just followed a video.
That douche.
First one that popped up at the time.
Did you see that guy built a private jet? And he was like saying how great it is. This is like after he's done interviews bitching about Taylor Swift having one and using it to fly all over the place.
This was basically for
Yeah. Oh, he's such a dickhead. This basically is free because I was going to spend 40 grand flying to Barbados and I just took everyone with me, and like their individual breakdown of the flight cost was cheaper than going first class with everyone, so it was free. It's like girl math. All the upgrades that the previous owner did and all the tax that I'm going to save, it was free. Let's not talk about the
I can't say how much I
prohibitive
paid. Simple Google search says multi-millions, but I did not pay that.
Yeah. I paid slightly less than that. I'm going to have to pay more than that in preventative maintenance going forwards, but... yeah, what a giant knob.
At least this fire truck is more useful.
I miss when he did videos like making his whole room water cooled. Like, those were the days. Well, it's going to be such a monster change. Like,
I don't even know girl math, but the jet can't be free if he said in the same video he paid slightly less.
yeah. Come on, Claude. Alright, we're just gonna run that. It's restarted.
Is that you?
I hiccuped.
Jump scared me a little.
I might just randomly scream in a minute.
Oh.
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Don't cry. Oh, there's so many diseases out here. It's hot.
Sex says.
Indeed.
Okie dokie 24 says. TTS, you breathing okay?
It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger having a stroke.
TTS does not like me. Okie dokie 24 says. Wait, wee wee.
Wee wee. You fucking gaslighting me again. No, it did actually work. Okay. Okay, I'll let you off. I want to get it to do a quick pass of like every file and just add some docstring comments in everyone.
Translated from Hungarian. I wonder what that means in Hungarian. I just keyboard spammed.
Oh yeah, it will try and translate. The idea was that if you spoke French, you could just say like, you could talk in your own language rather than trying to do it in English in chat. So you could do.
Sex says, "Hello." Translated from French. Wee wee baguette.
Look at that one. Wee wee baguette. Or is it 1G?
Okie dokie 24 says, "I love bread."
Yeah, there we go.
Translated from French. Msek says, "Where is the library?" Translated from Spanish.
I am a killer, and I always have been. They say once you taste blood, it changes you forever. I wouldn't know, because it's been a part of my diet since day one.
There is a voice to
What is it
TTS.
killing for, you might ask?
So
I wouldn't know.
Okie dokie 24 says, "What is your favorite type of bread?" Translated from
Oh.
French.
Another man's life. All I can say is
probably
it's both easier and more
sourdough,
than you might imagine.
like a baguette or a ciabatta. Oh. Speaking of, I actually have a Biscoff-filled croissant in the kitchen. That's getting eaten in a moment. Right, so keep checking until all files have.
I love anything Biscoff.
Then make sure that they have sufficient unit test coverage.
For bread I like brioche or focaccia.
Nice. I do love a brioche. If I get burgers now, I always get the brioche burger buns because they're just the best, like hands down. I think if you get a big brioche loaf, it's too sweet. It's just like nothing but sugar. You can't really do anything with it. If you toast it, it just it char grills it immediately. Look how fast I've got through all of these changes. This is all the shit I've done so far. Just feature after feature after feature. No, this is all I've got. These are all like new data feeds. So that's why they're the last thing I'm adding. Then this is improving the detection. Oh. Because sometimes it detects normal parking or a zigzag parking as like an obstruction offence, because it thinks it sees a drop curb even though there isn't a drop curb. Or there might be offences that are more serious and it will still fucking detect a drop curb. So yeah, so I want it to like do it in order from like, so like the top order would be someone on a mobile phone while driving. Then it would be like trying to kill someone while driving or whatever. Like it needs to have like a better hierarchy of the severity. And then it also needs to have like more than one offence, which I don't think I've added as an issue, so we can do that now.
I don't want I to complete that side quest.
What do we want it to be. Offense detection currently only supports one offense. Admins can override to multiple offenses. However, only one offense is tracked in the backend and UI. It spams the
I've recently been looking at hardware companies killed to see if there is a way to revive a product, but it seems like the companies have a team of people whose job it is to not make it possible.
As it currently only supports one offense. Report. Only one offense is tracked in the back end. Tell you what, let's just create that. Expand offense detection. Admins can override an offence with multiple offences, however, only one offence is tracked in the UI, backend of the UI. Code change will need to allow AI detection to return a list of likely offences. Ordered by severity. The dashboard will need to see all offences, all reports. Detail page will need to see all offences. Method. Overridden. Let's probably see all offences for all reports. Map doesn't really matter. Report list. List would need to show multiple offense codes. And be sortable.
I love to see my semi-green GitHub contribution graph.
Whack that up the top. Have you ever seen GitHub contribution graph pixel art? Like that. Get feety, this is it.
Sex says. Web link.
But you basically draw what you want your contribution to look like, and it will go back in time and put commits in those places to draw the artwork.
Okidoki24 says. PH. Oh.
Why not start that yet?
I bet someone did that manually and planned it out.
No way. It's not hard. You just so it would make commits. You basically make a repo to do the git feety, and then you just say, like, you draw what you want it to do, and then from the drawing it will figure out, right, I need to put a commit here on this day. I need to put a commit here on this day. I need to do multiple commits on this other day. There's no way someone did it manually, like, unless they're a madman. You'd be there for fucking days.
Knowingly uses GitHub, someone committed or did not each day. Lol. Okie dokie, got to run.
No
I hope I
worries.
stopped gaslighting you.
I'm going to leave it here anyway, so yeah, don't worry. I'll catch you next time. But yeah, I've basically done this. I've done a couple of features. This last feature adds in the user moderation, and then there's only a couple more things I need to fix before I can start deploying it. So yeah, I think probably jump on in the evening and do a bit more. But this can just tear through. I've just asked it to like finish adding to unit tests and adding documentation strings, so not rocket science, but that will take ages. It's on a loop as well, so it will just keep looping until everything's done. So let's find someone to raid. Cool, there we go. Alright, thank you again for popping in. I'll see you in the next stream.